Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Back on track, he destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, Performance Strides Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Fuel with 6. One more try. Flashy Fuel is going to but it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad, trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 16-volt Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. Mr. Unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, day 24 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, on the jockey's side, it was Demario Bino, who had 2 wins. And on the trainer's side, Wendy Anderson. She had 2 wins, including Saxon Saga in the Derby trial. So on the jockey side, Antonio Whitehall still up by 7 with 27 wins over jockey Jorge Carreño and Demario Bino. Clear in third with those 2 wins. On the trainer side, Jerry Gorno still on top with 21. Jared Brown second with 15. And Tom Gardapi Jr. third with 14. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack yesterday?
Well, I thought it was a fun day of racing yesterday. We had 3 races with noses and head bobs on the wire. They were so close that you kind of knew who it was, but you didn't want to make a for sure finish. And it was just exciting on how a couple of them pulled ahead. And then there was one race with about 3 or 4 across the track, which was always fun to watch. Just have to be on the right side. And then I thought there was a couple outstanding performances. Let's start with that first-time starter. I've got all night. That was as quick a time as I've seen in a long time for a first-time starter.
112 flat.
Yes, no kidding. And just going with that, the track basically played a little fast early, but basically even par late. So that's how fast that I had that horse at about 6 or 7 lengths above par for that performance at least. So I can't wait to see where that horse goes. We had Jafafa run a big race, improving, and that Derby trial was good to see.
Yeah, with Saxon Saga winning.
For sure. Today's card, a lot of potential. I think it's a little chalky early. But we get another stakes race going 2 turns. And I was just thinking back with your day yesterday, Kirt, it just wasn't your day. It was one of those, some unfortunate race. Yeah, unfortunate racing luck. You lost a couple photos, and maybe you picked the winner of the Derby trial, but unfortunately just kind of bet it incorrectly. So I wouldn't say you bet it wrong. You were on track.
Yeah, I did. I bet it wrong.
Okay, you bet it wrong. That's fair.
You could have
just bet it to win, I guess, or something from there. But let's forget the past, and you just have to be a goldfish. So what a goldfish is, it's kind of story time with Stretch right now.
Oh, boy.
Yes, and so if you're a Ted Lasso fan, you're going to know what I'm talking about, but a goldfish has the shortest memory of any animal or mammal, which is 10 seconds. So you've got to turn it off, forget that. And so the reason I bring this up and link it into your unfortunate is because you were handicapping well. Too many handicappers dwell on a bad beat, and then they miss the next 3 or 4 races because they're still bitter about this bad beat and forget it. So in your case, good handicapping, just unfortunate luck. The other time you do have to remember is if you're bad handicapping and your horse is finished dead last and you're trying to find excuses, that you've got to improve. But just remember be a goldfish. Just for next time you lose a bad beat, go from there. That's enough of story time.
What's your name again? Oh, okay.
Very good.
All right.
Well done.
Okay, Stretch. That's what it is. Maybe I'll remember that for a little bit.
For sure. Now, here we go. We better pick some winners, or at least give out some good information after that long-winded story time by Stretch.
All right, let's kick off the card with the $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that aren't on 2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlong. Stretch. What do you like?
Okay, I went with the 1 as my top selection. Makes the drop, racing against some extremely tough competition. Those races came up even tougher. The allowance non-2, sometimes you can get a weaker field. That was far from non-weak field with Mino and Jafafa.
Who ran 1-2
last night, and both of them have been winning, and even Crown Royal has been running big. So you get a work coming in. You've got a trainer change. Jared's 16% when he takes over a new horse. So you've got to watch this. I think he runs back to either of those 2 races. The race goes through him. I'm not sure. Could go to the lead or could just sit off. It's tough when you're running such good competition that you can't get to the lead with Fafa in there. Next was the 3. I'll go with the horse that was one of those rare first out winners, and then ran really good the next start out. And so I think if this horse ran an improved race 2, race 3, if it improves, it maybe have a shot at upsetting the 1 horse. So I understand your selection as your top pick. And then I went to the 2. This horse ran a real nice first race, and then the last race maybe a little flat or regressed a little bit, but every reason to bounce back a little bit. Has a nice maintenance work. Certainly can be right there. It's an interesting first race. I think it's kind of those 3, but I'll go 1, 3, and 2.
Yeah, I'm with you. It is those 3, but I think you goldfished on the 1. Barely Regal. Do you remember the horse was scratched the other day in between? Why was it scratched, Stretch? Remember, it was in front of the grandstand looking at you.
Yes, that's
Didn't
true.
want to go
Didn't
anywhere.
want to go, yes.
Went back to the paddock. They ended up scratching it. Ran that bad race after running the good race. I'm going to bet against this one. I agree that this is the best horse in here, but is it the best right now is the question. I don't think so. Mighty Frisky ran a huge race first time out. Second time out, ran another great race. Unfortunately, ran into Daddy's Rare Edition. That was a horse that was running in the allowance non-2 lifers last year, debuted this year at the low 75 non-2, but looked like the allowance horse he was last year. Won easily in there, but Mighty Frisky really tested him and ended up just tiring in the end. If Barely Regal doesn't come with the top effort, I think Mighty Frisky is the one to beat right now. And then I'm going to round it out with Dot and Dash. This horse ran absolutely huge 2 outs ago, winning by an easy 5. The comeback race wasn't as good, but I think the horse might be able to show a little bit of closing effort. Just for Charlotte was a rallier that came 3rd in that race. But I think Dot and Dash needed that one in the open company, the non-2s. So that's why I'm going to pick it for 3rd. I'm taking 3, 1, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $4,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Sapporo, as trainer Jerry Gorno. Where is Gorno? It's kind of like, where's Waldo, with the amount of text messages we have been getting. Well, he's in the penalty box this week. So all his horses will be out over today and tomorrow, but he will be back in the box next week. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, yeah, we've got the same selection, so I'll start it off with the 3. Still went with her. This horse I think it's going to be a really hot pace early. I think she just has that much more speed than the 4 horse. But last year still hasn't run back to that performance. Very first race out that was a solid performance. It's going 5.5, which I do like. I think she's going to go as fast and as far as she can. Nice work coming in. Anything to add on the 3 that I might have missed there, Kirt?
Well, that Mike Tamphorn is 40% win clip right now, spotting his horses really well. He found a really good spot here for 4,000, and I think he's placed in here to win, and I agree with you, is the speed of the race.
Yeah, and so we both went to the 5 as our second selection. I liked her last time. I expected her to win. It wasn't a tough field, but did it easy, and so you can't hold that against a horse that beats up on an easier field. The figures are there. If the 4 is going to press, if the 3 doesn't run back to what she can run and tires a bit, I think the 5 certainly can take over late.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The 2 races before was in for first level allowance, only got beat by 6 lengths to Wait a Sec, a stakes place horse, and Kate's Princess. She's the boss at the first level allowance. And then 2 outs go, went 7 furlongs for the first time, was in contention every step of the way, only lost by 5. So I think Cyclone, as you do, is second best.
Yeah, and picked up the 1 is kind of the best of the rest. Good first race out, and then the last race wasn't as good. It basically drops down to probably where she belongs, kind of up against it with a couple of them in here, but has the right running style to not get caught up in a duel, and certainly can kind of pick up the pieces late, especially if the 3 and 4 really knock each other out.
Yeah, and Stretch, those top 3 finishers, Speedy, JJ Bayall, someone else, all of them were winning and knocking on the door. So Say It All will love this field a lot better than the last. That's why we're both 3, 5, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5, wagering a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. We're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Pioneer Town. Stretch, who do you got now?
Yeah, I'm going. I don't do this very often, but I'm going with one of the girls to beat the boys in here. I liked this horse a few weeks ago, and she acted up in the paddock, and then it was a right move. She had to be scratched after kind of acting up. Then went to Century Mile in a tough race, ran in an even race effort from there. The 2 back at the one at ASD going 7 furlongs, that race looks better than it looks on paper. I did like that one. She was closing. I think she just has to sit closer to the pace. If she gets too far back, we know the pace has been kind of going gate to wire a lot. And then went to the 4s, my second selection. This horse has been running really well. I could have almost put this horse up top just because it might get the jump on my top selection. I think you get that stalking trip. And with the scratch, I'm kind of expecting it about a 3-to-1 morning line price. And then I'm going to add the 7. We saw a big dropper the other day. It hadn't shown anything.
Gold Special.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly who I was thinking of.
But ran way better than this one.
Correct. Well,
to say.
Yeah, but I'm going to say that you've got a couple where that's fine. We have to help everybody.
No doubt about it.
Absolutely. Makes a big drop in class. But I like the key for me is the 2 decent works coming in. I've just got to give this horse one last small chance because there's too many races last year that if he runs back to those, would win this race. Obviously hasn't shown it. It's not a horse I'd back with a win bet or something, but a horse I would not want to leave out. 3, 4, 7.
Yeah, Stretch, I see some speed in here. I expect Shirley Sherman, White Rose Spirit, and probably Armavir to all show speed in here. So I went to number 1, Bear Me a Moment. This is a horse that has already won this condition way back when, at the beginning in August of 2022, and then won the non-2 lifer after, and now comes back in this non-3 lifer, was in against Manitoba Breds last time out, going 7.5 furlongs, double time, cut the fractions every step of the way, but Bear Me a Moment came rallying down the lane only to lose by a photo. So I think Bear Me a Moment with that inside draw is going to get an absolutely perfect trip. And I think the horse is getting better with every start. That last one was so good. I have to throw this one in, and I'm going to get odds. So I'm going to put it on top. Shirley Sherman, the 4. This horse ran a good race last time out, but just got tired down the lane. Ended up fading out in the turn. That's how you can tell it was getting tired, but only got beat by 4 in the end. I think will move forward off that. And if it does get the lead, they're going to have a tough time catching him in here. And I threw in number 6, Armavir. This is a dropper in here from the $10,000 level down to 5. That is the next step. This horse ran a good race last time out. Toil and Trouble was an easy 1-5 winner. The horse that ran second, Unusual Account, Stretch. You absolutely love that horse the last 2 times. Ran second and then ended up winning last night. So Armavir was against some tough ones. Maybe the drop is all they need. So I'm going to take 1, 4, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with this $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. At our non-4 lifers, they're going 6 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Saturday Service Stretch. It's like we got the same ones, different order.
A different order, but I don't trust just our 3 selections. I think it's not an easy race or a trustworthy race type. I think many of them in here kind of struggle to get that 6 furlong speed to keep going. But I'm going to take a chance here and hope the speed can carry. Decide to go with the 5, Giddy Up Zoe. I think this horse is the speed of the speed. Comes from a different race from the other ones. As 2 back ran against Kate's Princess, tried to chase. That's not possible. There's some back class in here. Has a workout coming in. I like that. Kind of freshened up, ready to go. And then the probable favorite will be the 7 horse. I think she's sitting on a win. I like how she's been trying to come off the pace. That was at the 5.5, and that worries me a little bit. That's just why I couldn't put it as a top selection. And if it was 5.5 or less, I'd probably have her on top. You can't leave her out. I'll put the 2 as my 3rd selection on a stalker. Your top pick. Take it away.
Yeah, Stretch. Last time out, I pointed out that workout, that 5/8 in 1 minute and 4/5. I really liked Cordillera that day. Cordillera got the win, but Secret Avenger ran absolutely lights out to be second best in there and was wide open second best, almost a length and a half in front of Lipstick Lady. So I think Secret Avenger, who's also had another work since, I think that's tuned up for the race today. So I think today's the day for Secret Avenger. I also like number 7, Lipstick Lady. Ran huge in pretty well every start this year. Couple seconds and a third. Has a great running style. And if the speed does fold, Lipstick Lady will have the first shot at that speed to try and go and grab the win. And number 5, Giddy Up Zoe, ran great last time out. Only beaten by 4. Someone else battled on the front. Ended up going on to win. You see Savage Love and Cordillera were in that race. They ended up rallying for 2nd and 3rd. And Cordillera had the bad trip, and that's why I really liked it coming back after that race. So Giddy Up Zoe, a fresh and work, 48 and 4. That's why I'm giving you 2, 7, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. We're only going 5 furlongs. Scratch number 6, Feller Stretch. What about this one?
Yeah, I'm glad you really emphasized the 5 furlongs because you can really miss that very difference between the 5.5 and especially the 6. So really take note of that when you're capping. I went to the 2 as my top selection, giving this horse another chance. Kind of was goofing around before the race, broke a step or 2 slow, and then had to rush up really wide and made that nice wide move. And to only lose by 4 lengths, I think is a really solid effort. Absolutely different horse with Lasix on. I think this horse won't be as far back. Should get a great trip. Learning to pass horses, which is impressive.
We haven't really nice 2 outs ago.
Correct. So I'm thinking that might be the situation here. Morning line 4-1, might be a little less than that, but Then we'll go to the 1. This horse finally goes over to the rail. Was out in the post 7 last time in a tough field. Ran wide throughout. Has the back class in here. If it runs back to the numbers, which it needs to run back to the numbers, it can win. Kind of one of my last chance for this horse even at this level. And then the 3, Speed of the Speed. 5 furlongs, you can never leave that out. So let's go to 1-3.
Yeah, I ended up taking the 3 on top. This horse was in for 7,500. First start of the year, was clearly the best speed in the race and ended up getting caught late, losing by a length. The comeback race, took the big drop, was the massive favorite, didn't disappoint. And then last time out, there was a lot more speed in there, banged it out on the front end and ended up tiring, but only by 2 lengths. Now cutting back to the 5 furlongs. You get the bug boy, Fraser Abley, who did have his first win last night. He's just gunning for the lead. Catch Me If You Can. Bite the Bullet Bro can go to the lead or come off the pace. I think it's going to be sitting close today. I like that this horse is rateable now. It only took 42 starts for them to figure that out. And Bite the Bullet Bro, I think, is a big one. And Dazzling Mischief did win a couple races at the $5,000 level last year. Everything else is a little too tough. And the 75 is a tough level now compared to early on in the year. It's tough as nails. So that drop to this 50 or 4,000 now, that's going to be a huge difference. That's why I'm giving you 3, 2, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, our feature race on the card. It's the Canada Stakes for older fillies and mares, going 7.5 furlongs. Scratch the 1, Run Wit Run, and scratch the 3, Mission Bell. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, you lost a couple in here, but it's unfortunate because I like my top 2 selections I liked with the other 2 in here, so it's just going to cost me, kind of hurt the price a little bit. But it is what it is. Yesterday I went for the Speed Horse stretching out. Today you're going for the Speed Horse stretching out. I'm going back to the horse. I just seem to make money on this horse every time.
That was great last time out, 8-1.
Absolutely. If you ever want to take a picture of a filly, in this case of a horse for course, take a picture of Burrow Down, 4 for 4 at ASD. All 4 wins are at ASD. The last time I couldn't, I put the horse in second, I believe, not first, just because it was short. We both used them. You might have even had that horse on top.
Oh, I did.
Yes. And got a good trip. Can't hold it against it. But that's short. I think this horse gets even better going a little bit longer. I think she can only improve after that one start. Gets that nice workout. Murray Duncan just likes to win stakes races. That's what he does. The horse won't get that far off. Should be sitting relatively close and kind of take a run at the 5 late. 5 ran a big race last time. I certainly could have picked it. I'm just maybe I'm a bit of a fan favorite on the 4. But that last race was such a good race. Battled Alberta Sun, was it?
Yep.
Invader that shows huge speed. The one negative on the 5, if you look at the 1 1/8, did run up the track, but didn't get the lead. We know she's getting the lead in here for sure today. And then I was between the 2 and the 6. I could have taken the 2, but I'm not leaving out Big Stretch. Big Stretch needs long. Like I said, you could have put both. Actually, I had the 2. Anyway, Big Stretch needs a longer race. She gets a longer distance to close late. If the speed backs up, maybe she gets a higher placing, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, she needs some battling up front between 2, 4, and 5. I did go to number 5, Damn the Torpedoes. Broke a step slow, battled it out with the favorite every step of the way, put away the favorite. Then they came to her and she fought tooth and nail all the way to the wire. And I really like that race. I think she gets a loose and easy lead in here. And on this racetrack, a loose and easy lead has been absolutely deadly. So I'm taking a shot on Damn the Torpedoes to go all the way. I do like Burrow Down right beside her. Liked her last time out. Loves the Assiniboia Downs. And the 2 Melisandre, she ran great also. Only 3/4 of a length behind Burrow Down. Should be the chaser in here, chasing Damn the Torpedoes. She can go a run of ground. So I think it's those 3, 5, 4, and 2. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. Going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 1, Toil and Trouble. And scratch number 6, Totalizer. Stretch for the same.
I like how you kind of just threw in a different
going
one.
on
I
there?
like how you threw in a different one just so it didn't look so obvious. You know, you
Oh,
just, you
okay.
know, you're watching a guy on the test and it's like, I better just get one wrong just so it doesn't look as good. But anyway, here we go. Another great race to cap it off. We had a good one last night to finish it off. In this race, I know we have the same top two, but there's 7 still running in here. I think with the right trip, probably all 7 can
Oh,
win.
no doubt about it.
Win
This is
it
a
in
great
here.
race.
This is a great race. Again, maybe I get stuck on sometimes on my certain horses and I cash a bunch of tickets and I just like how they run. That's kind of probably what happened with Mr. Dazzle. But the key to this one, take a look at the top 3 horses that he lost to. You're going to see them run. You're going to see them run tomorrow in the stake race. It is going long, and Mr. Dazzle is a little bit better going short, but still, all 3 of them in the stakes. All are one of the co-favorites in there. 2 starts ago, when it ran by everybody, it spotted the field about 2 or 3 lengths, circled and took over. Last time, like I said, just came up a short against as tough a field as you get. Then we'll go to the 8, which is the speed of the speed. Won the first race of the meet way back in May. It seems like forever ago. And looked good. Had to deal with Big Nick last time. That's an Oakland Park horse with a lot of speed. Carino's really good at getting horses out, especially these ones. And when he gets it, he just seems to get that lead, or however he managed to get that extra jump. And then let's go back to the 4th. This horse keeps running big, just kind of a little unlucky running in against some of these. With the right trip, maybe could upset. And so, yep, that's looking forward to it. 7-8-4, Kirt.
Yeah, no doubt about it. These second level allowances, this is almost like a stake race.
Yeah.
Mr. Dazzle, a rallier in here, Market King going to the front, but there is other speed in here with Stay Happy. That's probably the main one. Both of those trained by Jared Brown. But number 3, It's That Time. This horse ran huge first time out. Only lost by a length and 3/4 to Market King and Inter Miami, who were the top 2 that ran around the track. Adds blinkers on today, and look at that work coming in. 47-3 after a bit of a layoff, and then 2 solid ones after there, a half mile and a 5/8. So It's That Time will round out my top 3. I'm 7-8-3. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just a few overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, scratch number 2, Zapora. Turning your programs to race number 3, the Theo Stravastava Totally Random Tuesday race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 2, Pioneer Town. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover is just over $411,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, the Friesens Yearbooks. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 3, Saturday Service. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Scratch number 6, Feller. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our feature race on the card, the 46th running of the Canada Stakes for older fillies and mares. Scratch number 1, Run Wit Run, and scratch number 3, Mission Bell. And just take note, this is the first of 2 Classic High Five races. Now turning your programs to race number 7. Our second Classic High Five race. Scratch number 1, Toil and Trouble. And scratch number 6, Totalizer. Well, a beautiful evening again for racing here in Winnipeg.
That's great.
So you must have planned the goldfish thing, eh?
Yeah, I may have let the production crew. They do a great job. That's great.
Yeah, they do a great
You're looking good
job.
in there. Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for making me a goldfish. And I was also Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, you were.
I see a theme going on. Same color. Under mostly cloudy skies, the temperature 21 degrees Celsius or 69 degrees Fahrenheit. A light wind out of the south at 6 kilometers an hour or 4 miles an hour. And the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. And we're kicking it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 16 minutes. And they're off in the Manitoba Derby.
Field of 9 set underway in the CC Derby.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby.
Red Rods will take the Manitoba Derby.
And Walcott takes the lead with Great Escape.
Regal Brian, Roland Road, and right. Regal Brian, Bill wins the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.
And welcome to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, then you get to come up to the press box, watch me call a race, then go see the horses in the paddock, and then you get to hang out in the winner's circle to watch the winning horse and get a frame photo for a keepsake. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet. And be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front program cover or off of any of the posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. Welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Tuesday night card with a $7,500 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. And our non-two lifers are going to go 6 furlong stretch. Big favorite in here at 4-5.
Yeah, the horse is dropping in class. Just it's dark out just for people that are not here. Not raining yet. They are calling for rain, so we'll have to not just be.
I don't think we'll have to tell them. They'll see
They'll
it on
see
the
it.
camera.
We could be a part-time weather guy if it's raining.
Yeah, we could throw you out in the rain.
Rain. Yes. Okay. Enough.
Great idea.
Sure. Enough about this bad weatherman thing, and let's get to picking some horses.
Hey, and by the way, I'm the weatherman. They had me
You were.
the other day in a blue suit.
You were.
I looked pretty good.
That was
slim though.
You were
kind of like that.
Yeah. Horse number 1, Danielle. Can we find number 1? There we go. Let's get pick some winners. This horse is dropping in class, running against a couple really good ones out of Mino and Jafafa and even Crowned Royal. Showed some speed. I think this horse is going to get a stalking trip or just be much the best and go right to the lead. The trainer changed to Jared Brown, and his percentage when he gets a new horse is good. I believe he won one the other day. That could be incorrect. I think he ran better. He claimed one. He won on a claim.
And run 2. The second start at 1. Silver Creek Lady.
Thank you. That's the one. Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And anyway, I just think that those last 2 races, especially 2 back, that race is the key race. He runs that one. He wins the race. If he, like I said, runs back to this class, he can win this race. If he's in the decline, then it goes to your top pick, I think.
Yeah, that's number 3, Mighty Frisky. Was a bit of a surprise first time out, running down the speed horse, I'm a Star. And that was a good race for Mighty Frisky. The race was rather slow in 1 minute and 2/5. And I thought, well, the horse isn't that good. But the comeback race was a real good one. Sat behind the speed of Daddy's Rare Edition, engaged, and they battled it out. And then ended up tiring late down the lane. Did lose by 5 3/4 lengths, but Daddy's Rare Edition was an allowance non-two lifer last year, so no disgrace running second. I think this horse is sitting on a win, and if Barely Regal isn't living up to that even money, which I think it might not, I think Mighty Frisky is a prime play.
Yeah, that horse is certainly on the improve. And then the 2, this is where you find these long shots. Real good first race out. You like the horse first out.
Loved it.
And then the next start, we didn't mind it. It kind of ran a lot flat. But this is one of those kind of bounce after a top effort, and then you get 17-1, was bet down to 6-1 last time. Gets a workout. I do like that. That would be both of our third selection.
Yeah, the 5 get up early. This horse showed speed, then backed out of it. Might show speed again today. That could be valuable. And I said Blair Miller's horses have been coming around. His last 3 that he ran, or 4 that he ran, they've all hit the board. So get up early. Expect a better effort.
For sure. And the 4 I noticed, liked them in the maiden win. Last time against Private Frank, didn't have no shot, but is improving. I just watched that, and it seemed to be learning how to be a racehorse. That horse certainly can be in the money for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1 stretch. What do you got?
All right, we hit the pick 3 yesterday. Let's see to go back to back early pick 3. Just a $5 one. 1 with 3-5 with 3-4. Totals 20. If you wanted to just do a $1 one, that's good too. That costs $4.
And myself, I'm going a $20 early daily double, 3 and 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horse on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Barely Regal, owned by Cam Ziprick, Charles Fouillard, Steve Fouillard, Julian Fouillard, and Mark Stainer, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Dot and Dash, owned by Beverly Leonard, trained by Michael Rowe with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Mighty Frisky, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Sugar Daddy Jack, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Sven Baalrup. Rounding out the field is number 5, Get Up Early, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Antonio Whitehall. Close time for race number 1, approximately 3 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys go in 6 furlongs to kick off the Tuesday night card. Public's got it down to the 1 and the 3. I've decided to land on the 1 just because of the back class. Raced against some very tough competition. Last race wasn't great. The previous one was very good. Gets a workout coming in. I think this horse can get a nice trip sitting right on the rail and take over if the back class comes in. Yes, you've got to use the 3 for sure. This is the improving horse. 9-5. The long shot that might end up in there if one of them falters, that's the 2. 19-1. Bad last race. Good 2 races. 2 races ago, that could be the difference. Let's go 3, 1, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I do like number 3, Mighty Frisky. Ran a huge race first time out, getting the win. And then the comeback race was just as good. Unfortunately, it was a second place effort, but the horse that beat it was an allowance non-2 lifer last year that dropped into that 75 and ran absolutely massive. So that was a great race by Mighty Frisky. I do like number 1, Barely Regal, for second, and for third, Dot and Dash. I'm going to give you 3, 1, and 2. Good luck here in race 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report in this first race. Scratch number 1, Barely Regal. Once again, there's a late scratch in this first race. Scratch number 1, Barely Regal. If you did wager on number 1, Barely Regal, there will be a complete refund. Also, you still have time to change your ticket. Late scratch, here in the first. Scratch the 1, Barely Regal.
It's post time.
Dot and Dash, the first enter the starting gate. Next up, the 1-2 favorite. That's Mighty Frisky. 2 left to load. Sugar Daddy Jack. And just waiting on Get Up Early to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Dot and Dash shows some good early foot and goes right after the early lead. Get Up Early on the outside to put on the early pressure. Settle back in third, Mighty Frisky with Sugar Daddy Jack to the outside, 3 lengths from front to back. It's Get Up Early with a head lead through a quarter of 23 and 1. Dot and Dash on the inside in second. Mighty Frisky moving up smartly in third. Back in fourth, Sugar Daddy Jack battling nose and nose. Dot and Dash and Get Up Early. Mighty Frisky looking for a seam as it goes to the outside. The half, 46 and 3. Dot and Dash with the short lead. In between horses, Mighty Frisky. Sugar Daddy Jack on the outside. But Mighty Frisky now breaks through and is going on to victory. Mighty Frisky wins by a length. Second's going to go to Sugar Daddy Jack. Third, Dot and Dash. And fourth, Get Up Early. The Stewards opposed to number 3, Mighty Frisky, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Sugar Daddy Jack. Third to number 2, Dot and Dash. And fourth to number 5, Get Up Early. They went the opening quarter 23 and 1. The half, 46 and 3. 5 furlongs, 59 and 4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113 and 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 3, Mighty Frisky. Mighty Frisky is a big gelding, 3 years old, by Tourist, out of the mare Frisky Janelle by Henny Hughes. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113 and 3. Number 3, Mighty Frisky, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick and Charles and Julian Folliard. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Scratch number 2, Zapora. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at just $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com, or if you're in person at guest services or the VLT cashier's cage on the second level. The draw will be made this Wednesday at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, the Manitoba Lung Association, Dream Factory, MAD Winnipeg, and the Canadian Mental Health Association. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace charity program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $4,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Zapora. Quick look back at race number 1. The favorite, Mighty Frisky, didn't disappoint. Barely Regal was up to her old tricks.
Yes.
Which was freezing before the race. And the reason she was scratched, for those of you on hand, she did not come in front of the grandstand. She went the other way. So if she doesn't parade in front of the grandstand, that's why the horse was scratched.
Okay, good information. Good to know. Good. I've already put it in the notes for this, just to follow this horse. Obviously, they're going to have maybe a bit of training to try to figure this horse out, or we'll see.
Well, it'll definitely be paddock school to try and get it out there and on the racetrack. Okay, on to race number 2, Stretch. What do you like?
Okay, we have the
same as me.
Same as you, yeah. And let's start with the 3. Danielle can find the 3 is in the, where is the 3? Wandering by. There we go.
Right there.
This horse is a speedball for sure. Started off last year with a solid race, one of the better ones I've seen in a while for that level, and then kind of declined and then kind of came back. First race wasn't a tough race. By All's got some speed. This horse showed speed, clearly needed the start, and then Mike's added a nice workout coming in, makes that drop to an easier condition. That is a big drop, as we've talked about, from 5 down to the 4. She should be the speed of the speed. It's going to be catch her if you can.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Mike Taphorn having a great meet at about 40% win clip. I expect Liaison Tune to go straight to the front. Catch me. Another horse we both like, number 5, Cyclone Sorority, was at the first level allowance to start off the campaign here at the Downs. Ran 7th, beaten 6. Not a bad race, as that was a tough one. With Wait a Second, Kate's Princess, came back, went 7 furlongs. Again, not a bad race at the $5,500 level. Dropped in for the non-winners of the year and beat up on them. That was an easy win for Cyclone Sorority. Now tests a lot tougher in here today, but is getting a lot of respect at 4-5.
Yeah, I do like the horse. I think with that duel, it could set up for this horse closing late. That's why it's the 2nd. My 3rd selection is and yours is the 1. I think this horse has the right running style. It's dropping ran a nice first race out and then moved up to a very tough field for the 75. Now back to where this horse belongs. Sits just off the pace and will make a late run, I would think. And if it does run back to 2 back, I think the horse certainly can be in the mix for maybe a chance at 2nd, but if not 3rd.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Also take a look at number 4, Artisan Dancer. Was a winner 2 outs ago, winning the non-3 lifetime condition. That was going today's distance of 5.5 furlongs. Then jumped it up into the non-4 and unfortunately ran into Cordillera, who off a 3rd place finish, mowed them all down and drew off to win by 2 lengths in the end. Artisan Dancer does have to deal with the speed of number 3, Liaison Tune, who I think is faster. So we're going to see if Artisan Dancer can show that off-the-pace effort that it showed in the beginning of September of last year, rallying from 3rd and ending up running 2nd in Miss Parfait. I think that's how she runs a big one.
Yeah, that's a good way that she certainly can win it that way. And the horse that's coming in off a layoff that has ended up dropping all the way to the bottoms. But look where this horse started, moved all the way up to the Jack Hardy and the Manitoba Oaks, and tried to show some speed there, probably a little outclassed, and then dropped to the bottoms. Didn't fire, but probably with such a long meet, needed the rest, gets the rest. There's every reason to improve after the winter off. I don't know about a win candidate, but certainly can be there. Has the figures if it runs back to some of those races in the August and early July.
Well, yeah, the horse did have 15 starts last year, but did have 3 wins, and all of them were at the Downs. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, just how I think. I think the 5 is going to close, maybe even run 2nd. So maybe a 30 to place on the 30 to place on the 5.
Well, you know this horse has never run 2nd, right? It's either win or run 3rd.
Interesting.
So
that's a good call. Beth? You know what, Beth? Thank you. Thank you, Beth. I need a change alert. That's a good angle. I'm going to try one. I'll change it to, since Kirt pointed it out, let's go to a Kirt bet. $10 tri wheel, 3-5 with 3-5 with 1.
All right, myself, I'm going after the pick 3. I'm keying the 3 liaison tune. Then I'm taking 1-4 and then 2-5. A $1 ticket, $4. I'm taking a $5 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horse on the track for race number 2, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Say It All, owned and trained by Bill Mooney with Xavi and Chow. Number 2, Zapporo, was scratched. Number 3 is Liaison Tune, owned by Cindy and Christopher Johnson and Jim Bencharski, trained by Mike Tamporn with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Artisan Dancer, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Cyclone Sorority, owned and trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 6, Inspiratus, owned by Ryan DeJarlis and James Bruce, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Fraser Abley. Post time for race number 2 in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 5.5. You've got to decide. It's looks like a match race between the 3 and the 5. If you like the speed horse fast early, that would be the 3. I like the closer in here. That's the 5. I think she's going to sit in about 3rd or 4th and try to make a late run and try to pass them all late. That's that horse. The 3 is the speed of the speed. She will go as fast and as far as she can go. She's got the class. She can do that. And if you need a long shot to round it out, that's the 1. She comes from the back of the pack as well. So I will give you 3, 5, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. I think that number 3, Liaison Tune, she's going to be the rabbit in here, and I expect her to go all the way, gate to wire. Cyclone Sorority ran absolutely huge last time out, but really didn't beat a lot. Is stepping up here to the $4,000 level, and Say It All taking a massive drop from 7,500, missing the 5,500, down for 4,000. That's why I also have 3, 5, and 1. Good luck here in race 2. It's post time. Say It All, the first to find her spot in the starting gate. Liaison Tune, the co-favorite at even money, steps in. Next up, Artisan Dancer. 2 left to load. The other co-favorite, Cyclone Sorority. And just waiting on Inspiratus. to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Liaison Tune. Straight out to capture the early lead. Artisan Dancer. She's on her outside, putting on the pressure. They're 5 lengths in front of Say It All on the rail. In between horses, Cyclone Sorority and Inspiratus. Now the trailer. Liaison Tune cuts the opening quarter in a quick 22-3. Artisan Dancer hot on her heels in second, rallying from third, 5 lengths back. Cyclone Sorority, Say It All in fourth. Inspiratus still the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Liaison Tune with the lead. Cyclone Sorority on the far outside. She's coming like a freight train. And Cyclone Sorority now gallops on by, a 16th of a mile to go, and Cyclone Sorority will win it by 2. Liaison Tune in second, third's going to go to Artisan Dancer, and fourth to Say It All. Stewart's opposed to number 5, Cyclone Sorority. As your race winner, second goes to number 3, Liaison Tune. Third to number 4, Artisan Dancer. And fourth to number 1, Say It All. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 46 seconds. 5 furlongs, 59-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2. That's number 5, Cyclone Sorority. Cyclone Sorority is a gray-roan mare, 5 years old, by Cairo Prince. Out of the mare Apache Babe by Indian Charlie. Owned and trained by Jared Brown. And ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-2. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. The Theo Srivastava Totally Random Tuesday race. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 2, Pioneer Town. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4. Scratch number 3, Saturday Service. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 6, Feller. Now turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 1, Run Wit Run, and scratch number 3, Mission Bell. Turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 1, Toil and Trouble, and scratch number 6, Totalizer. The Theo Srivastava Totally Random Tuesday race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in 16 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot, which is over $400,000. And when there is more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, there was a claim to report. Claim for $4,000 was your race winner, number 5, Cyclone Sorority, claimed by Parker Wallette, trainer Steve Keplin Jr. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3 for this $5,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers, they're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Pioneer Town. Quick look back at race number 2, Cyclone Sorority. Jockey Jorge Carreño licking his chops watching the early action.
That's an understatement. Yeah, you got the duel. I kind of thought that was potentially could happen.
Oh, definitely. I just thought Leo might have been quicker and would have cleared.
I did think that too, and so that was kind of how it saw. You can't really get any guide on. You had race 1 and race 2 with some duels. It sets it up for the closer, so you can't really get any reference other than it's a fair racetrack to a point right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, on to race number 3, Stretch. Now gets a lot more interesting.
Yeah, mentioned on the show, I thought it was going to be really chalky in the first couple, and sure enough, it was. And now we get into the pick 5 that, as you can see, already 439,000. A lot of tricky races the rest of the way, and you're going to see on our pick 4s and pick 5s. I'm really confident in this race that I'm going to get by it.
You hit the all button again.
I did hit the all button. Just a heads up, spoiler alert.
Didn't even need to see that.
But I'll go to my top selection. That's the 3, right on the screen right there. The filly versus the girl versus the boys. And angle I don't use that much, but or like to use. But I think she's just better than this field if she gets the right trip. A little concern on the bias because they've been coming off going to the pace has been carrying the whole way around 2 turns, but I just think that there's just enough speed in here with a few of them in here that could set it up for her. She just has to be a little bit closer. She went to Century Mile and ran evenly in a tougher race. 2 back, I thought that was a nice race. She was closing late against some tougher horses. There's a race in between that doesn't show up because she got scratched in the paddock. She kind of goofing around and decided that they had to scratch her in the last race. And so right trip, I think she can be right there.
Yeah, definitely. I see this wide open too. I went to number 1, Bear Me a Moment. Loving the odds right now at 9-1. Bear Me a Moment seems to be getting better with each start. 2 outs ago was not going to beat Bite the Bullet Bro, who easily went wire to wire in there. And you're going to see Bite the Bullet Bro in race number 5. And Bear Me a Moment. The one thing this horse is, it's already won this non-3 condition in August of last year, then came back and won a non-2, has won 4 lifetime, but 2 of them are restricted races. They don't count. That's why it's in here for non-3 life. And with that race last time out, double time was lone speed, wire to wire. I think there's going to be a pace jam up on the front end. And I think Bear Me a Moment with post number 1 is going to get an absolute dream trip.
Yeah, absolutely. Very possible. And then both of our second selection is the 4. This horse has run back-to-back really nice races. And even after the 2 good races, comes back with a workout coming in. I always like that angle. That's only going to help him out a little bit. Isn't a need to lead. Last time kind of stalked and made a move and then kind of got tired. Norfolk that day came from off the pace and made a nice close. Feller was up close and then, as you can see, came back and won the next start. So I think this horse is certainly in the mix. 3-1 because we had that scratch. Everything kind of cuts in half on the morning line prices.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 6, Armavir, taking money at 5-2. 2 outs ago, Tarawan ended up going wire to wire. Papa Oscar Whiskey dropped into a 10-2 and beat up on them easily. Last time out, Toil and Trouble did the drop, was 1-5, won by 7, unusual account, dropped out of that race and ran a second and came back to win. So Armavir has been running against good horses. This might be the absolute dream spot, as the last 2 wins the horse had was going around 2 turns.
For sure. I'm going to the 7 that you made fun of me at ASD Live, and that's fair. The horse had a couple poor starts, and I obviously, it's hard to argue. You just have to look at the charts. But I just think that these 2 workouts, this horse wakes up. You look at even last year's, a couple terrible races and then wakes up. If this horse decides to wake up in this easier condition, certainly can be right there. Murray Duncan's too good of a trainer to not figure out why this horse is not interested in racing. This will tell me everything if I play this horse ever again.
Yeah, definitely off of that. Also, take a look at number 5, White Rose Spirit. This is the other filly tackling the boys. Big race 2 outs ago against the boys, showed speed, and then faltered to be beaten by 6. But the comeback race against the girls stalked to Caddy Gold, who was the favorite on the board, and swooped by in the final strides.
It did swoop by, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. And I did take White Rose Spirit in the 2 races before that.
Oh.
And then Stretch said, I like picking horses that I go off of.
Correct. It paid off. Actually, in fact, that race never looked like a loser in that race.
It definitely didn't. So this jump up isn't a bad one at all. All right, Stretch. Jackpot pick 5 time. I'm scooping the pool. How much are you donating?
Okay, so I guess you're taking $57.60 from me. I think it's a tough sequence. I think it could go. I only playing 1 ticket because I couldn't key anywhere. I'm taking all in this race, and then 2, 5, 6, 7, and then 1, 2, 3. I do like the last 2 legs. 4, 5 with 7, 8.
And myself, I'm taking 1, 4, and 6 in here, then 2, 5, 7. Also 1, 2, 3, also 4, 5, and I'm adding 3, 7, 8 in the last. My ticket, $32.20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. Horse on the track for race number 3, the Theo Srivastava totally random Tuesday race. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Bear Me a Moment, owned by Carol Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Neville Stevenson. Number 2, Pioneer Town, was scratched. Number 3 is Favorite, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Fraser Abley. Number 4 is Shirley Sherman, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is White Rose Spirit, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Sven Balrup. Number 6 is Armavir, owned and trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 7, Uncle Moe's Cat, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Antonio Whitehall. The Theo Srivastava totally random Tuesday race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, this race 7 furlongs starts right in front of the grandstand. Good race to watch if you're at the track. We've got 2 fillies versus 4 boys in here. I'm going to take a chance that the girls can beat the boys here. That's the 3-horse favorite. I think this horse is going to get the right trip, basically sitting just off the pace. Could be a battle between a few of them up front. Makes that run, gets up. Nice price at 4 to 1. Others to consider who's running well. One of the other boys is the 4 sitting. Can press, can take over. That's a nice price. And the current favorite dropping in class, that's the 7 on the outside. If it wakes up, certainly can win. Let's go 3, 4, and 7. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree. A wide open race. I like number 1, Bear Me a Moment. The horse is getting better with every start. 2 outs ago, no shot at beating Bite the Bullet, bro. Last time out, lost to a loose speed horse. The horse has won the condition before and loves the distance. I also like number 4, Shirley Sherman. Needed that start around 2 turns last time out. I expect to run better. And the 6, Armavir, 3 to 1 on the board, taking the drop from 10,000 and runs better going around 2 turns. I'll give you a 1, 4, and 6. Good luck here in race 3. It's post time. Bear me a moment. The first one into the starting gate. Favorite steps up and in. Shirley Sherman is now in. White Rose Spirit, she finds her spot. Just 2 left to load. Armavir. And now just waiting on the 8-5 favorite, Uncle Mo's Cat to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, that's White Rose Spirit, showing a little bit of early speed, as is Armavir. 3 wide, Uncle Mo's Cat settled down in a stalking roll on the fence. Bear me a moment. Then there's a gap of 6 lengths back to favorite and the early trailer, Shirley Sherman. White Rose Spirit cuts the opening quarter in a spirited 24-3. Bear me a moment on the rail. On the outside, Armavir still 3 wide. Uncle Mo's Cat. Then a gap about 9 lengths back to favorite and Shirley Sherman. Half mile in 48-3, and White Rose Spirit still clinging to the lead. Bear me a moment. Starting to move up from second. Fading back, Armavir and Uncle Mo's Cat rallying from the back. Favorite, they hit the head of the lane, and White Rose Spirit still has that lead by 2. Bear me a moment. More to offer from second, and now pokes a nose in front. A 16th of a mile to go. Bear me a moment. White Rose Spirit, favorite on the outside. So whoops them all. Favorite gets the win. Bear me a moment, second best. Third's going to go to White Rose Spirit, and fourth to Shirley Sherman. The Stewart's supposed to number 3 favorite as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Bear Me a Moment. Third to number 5, White Rose Spirit. And fourth to number 4, Shirley Sherman. They went the opening quarter 24-3. The half 48-3. 6 furlongs, 114-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Theo Sarastava Totally Random Tuesday race. That's number 3, Favorite. Favorite is a Dark Bay filly, 4 years old by Mastery, out of the mare Devoted by Fleet Alex. Owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn. Trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Fraser Abley. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Friesen's Yearbooks race kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 3, Saturday service. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in the pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 6, Feller. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Scratch number 1, Run Wit Run, and scratch number 3, Mission Bell. Turning your programs to race number 7. Scratch number 1, Toil and Trouble, and scratch number 6, Totalizer. The Friesens Yearbooks race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. Be sure to join us for the Manitoba Night Market and Festival, which will take place this Sunday, July 23rd, featuring food trucks, local artisans, vendors, beer gardens, kids' activities, live music, and much more. Tickets are just $7, 5 and under free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for filling the mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs, scratch the 3 Saturday service. Let's take a look back at race number 3, stretch favorite. The girl against the boys gets it done with the Bug Boy.
Yeah, I thought I was a little worried where the horse was early on. I thought too far back. I kept watching.
Well, there was a 4-wide duel.
There was a 4-wide duel.
Three-horse duel.
Three-horse duel.
One sitting right in behind.
And the middle quarter, 48 and change for this bunch, knew they were going to back up a little bit.
Fast.
So we've seen 3 races, 3 duels, and the closers. We'll see if somebody gets loose in here. In this race, I'm hoping somebody does get loose in here, and that's the 5. Giddy Up Zoe, I think this horse is the speed of the speed. Hasn't raced against a few, actually any of these, in fact. And I like the workout coming in. Opened up last time and couldn't get home, but I thought that was a pretty good field.
That was a salty field.
Correct. I thought it was a slightly better field than some of the other ones. So, and my top selection, I think it's another tough race. So I don't think anybody should be 6-5 in here. We both have that horse as our second pick, but I'm going to stand by the 5 and see how far she can go.
Yeah, not a lot of luck as the favorite for the 7 Lipstick Lady. Back-to-back defeats. 2 outs ago, lost to Kim's Texas Bling, who came back to win. And then last time, lost to Cordillera, who rallied from the back of the field. And also the 2 Secret Avenger had a really good rally in there. Lipstick Lady, though, will be forward in the race, probably sitting right behind Giddy Up Zoe. And the way the track is playing, as long as they don't bang it out on the front end, definitely Lipstick Lady will have a perfect positioning heading for home.
I agree with you.
Another horse to look at, number 2, Secret Avenger. Wow, that work really stood out to me last time out, and the horse ran up to it, running second to my top pick, Cordillera. Horse went off at 12-1 and ran absolutely dynamite, stalking the speed and then engaging the leader. And then it was Cordillera who flew on by. I think Secret Avenger could improve off that race, and a freshened workout in between. 7-2 is getting bet and deserves to be.
For sure, yeah, the workouts are the key. Let's take a look at the 1 on the rail. Normally this horse used to show some speed early. This year it's tried to kind of close a little bit. I think if this horse can sit a little bit closer, stalk, and maybe take over late would be the angle for this one. I don't think this horse is out of the question. Mentioned on the ASD Live show, I thought this was a wide open race. It's going to be who gets the trip. I don't think there's a standout, and this is one of those races I think you could see 2 or 3 at the wire, and this one might be one of them.
Yeah, I think Lady Nyla is getting better. Trouble in the first start. Last time, a belated rally. Third start off to lay off the charm, so I wouldn't leave it out. Also, take a look at number 4, Hidden Dreams. Hidden Dreams, first time out, didn't show much. The comeback race was much better. Sat dead last and made some run down the lane. Only got beat by 7 1/4 in the end, but Hidden Dreams will absolutely love the extra added distance today, 4-6 furlongs, but definitely needs a pace battle up front if she's going to show that late closing kick.
Agree. I obviously watched that race, and she was closing a little bit. The 6 is going to help a lot. And the other one, the sleeper here, which will be the long shot, is the 6 horse. You've got a jockey that just won. He's won 2, one yesterday, one today. Actually, both. I have both of his wins.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. So anyway,
you're his lucky charm.
Lucky charm.
Maybe you can fit in his pocket.
Yeah.
While he's working horses in the morning.
Yeah, when he's working horses in the morning.
I don't think so.
No.
He might be a little overweight.
Yeah, a lot. Let's take a look at his again, this horse usually shows some speed. Now it goes longer. Again, similar to Lady Nyla, hasn't shown that much, but I think bump start last time, but can get that stalking trip. So this is, again, one of those sneaky races that right trip can win. I've got a bunch in the pick 4, and you're going to see another common thread in my pick 4 first leg.
All right, as we're alluding to that, let's go to our wagers. Here in race number 4, stretch the all button in the first leg.
Yeah, it's that tough. Like I said, the first few legs I'm struggling with, so it's all with 1, 2, 3, with 4, 5, with 7, 8. 72, it's a bit more, but you spent a lot too.
Yeah, this is the most I spent in a long time. I'm trying to get one of these.
All right, grab a partner if you want, because the pool's already growing. We're going to fly by the 50,000 today, as we have in the past. So that's my ticket.
And I'm going to take 2, 5, 7 in here, then 2, 3, 4, 5 in the Canada Stakes, and round it out. I'm going to have a bunch. 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horse on the track for race number 4, the Friesens Yearbooks race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,300. Number 1 is Lady Nyla, owned and trained by Don Senebald with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Secret Avenger, owned by Kenneth R. Gardapi, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3, Saturday Service, was scratched. Number 4 is Hidden Dreams, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 5 is Giddy Up Zoe, owned by Locked and Tagged and Ryan DeJarlis, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 6 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Fraser Abley. Rounding out the field is number 7, Lipstick Lady, owned by Bernie Green, David Galloway, Jerry Gowdy, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. The Friesens Yearbooks race. Here in race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Monica 2. Monica 2, congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 6, Armavir, claim by Monique Goulet, trainer Will Taranjo. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Go. The girls kicking off the pick 4, going 6 furlongs. There is a big favorite. Let's try to beat the big favorite with the 5. She's going to go right to the lead and see how far she can go. She's paying a nice price of $11 on a $2 win ticket. She has the speed. It's just a matter if she can get the distance. Yes, you can't leave out the 7. She's sitting on a win. She's probably going to sit in second or third and try to make a late run. Somebody else to consider on a nice trip is the 2. But if you want a bomber of the race, maybe the 6 horse maybe wakes up at 20 to 1, maybe at least get third. Let's go 5-7-2. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I like the same ones, different orders. Secret Avenger really woke up last time out. Ran a really good second to a nice horse in Cordillera. Has worked back since then. Has a good running style for this race, so I'm going to throw it on top. The 7, Lipstick Lady, has been sitting on a win in this condition all year long. Will be right behind the speed of the 5 horse. And with that stalking move, should be able to have a big trip and can get it done. And I do like the speed of number 5, Giddy Up Zoe. She's the one who can steal it. 2, 7, and 5 for me. Good luck here in race 4. It's post time. Lady Nyla, the first to go into the starting gate. Next up, Secret Avenger goes in. Hidden Dreams has found her spot. Giddy Up Zoe now walks in. Just 2 left to load. Tough enough to start. And now just waiting on the 4 to 5 favorite, Lipstick Lady. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Lady Nyla shows a little bit of early speed with Giddy Up Zoe. To her outside, Secret Avenger stalking those leaders in third. Hidden Dreams is towards the back of the field. Tough enough to start in fourth. And then Lipstick Lady watching the action about 3 lengths off of it. Giddy Up Zoe cuts the opening quarter in a quick 22-4. About to get company from Secret Avenger. And Tough Enough to start 3 wide. Moving up, Lipstick Lady in fourth. Lady Nyla hugging the rail in fifth. And then 6 more back to Hidden Dreams, who's trailing them all. You could throw a blanket over 5 of them as they hit the head of the lane. The half 40, 6-1. In between horses, Secret Avenger. Battling on the outside, Lipstick Lady. In between horses. Trying to get there, Tough Enough to start on the rail. Lady Nyla, 4 of them to the wire. Lady Nyla, wow, looks like she might have got there by a whisker. In between horses, that's Giddy Up Zoe, 3 wide, Tough Enough to start, and Lipstick Lady finished in fourth. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 46-1, 5 furlongs 59-2. Time for the 6 furlongs 113-3. Again, ladies and gentlemen, still a photo for win. Results of the photo, the unofficial winner, number 1, Lady Nyla. A photo has been called to determine the place and show positions. Now leaving the winner's circle, the unofficial winner, number 1, Lady Nyla. Lady Nyla is a dark bear brown mare, 5 years old, by Cape Canaveral, out of the mare local by Awfully Wild. Owned and trained by Don Senebold, and ridden to unofficial victory by Siobhan Bell. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 3. Photos show a dead heat for second between number 5, Giddy Up Zoe, and number 6, Tough Enough to Start. Number 7, Lipstick Lady, finished in 4th. In the upcoming 5th race, our VIP Fan of the Night race, scratch number 6, Feller. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 5. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are that are just wide open. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch number 6, Feller. Let's take a look back at race number 4. 4 horses within about a little over a quarter of a length. Lady Nyla getting it done, and the dead heat, Giddy Up Zoe, and Tough Enough to Start. What a finish!
It was a great finish, and the 2 Wake Up horses we talked about were 1 and 6, and sure enough, Siobhan gave the one a real nice ride, press, drop back, got the
and was able to sneak up
through.
the rail.
That was the only reason it got there. The 6 woke up. That workout with Tom, you always have to be careful. He knows how to train. Almost got him. I almost got his 3rd win with Abley.
Yeah, yes. And the Bug Boy hot as a pistol. All right, on to race number 5, Stretch. What do you like?
Okay, I do like the 2 as my top selection. The last race, if you watch it closely, didn't get out of the gate that well, but made a really good outside wide move and kept battling. And usually this horse doesn't. I think hopefully the horse gets out a little bit better like the previous 2 starts, and if does, can stalk The Lasix basically have changed this horse completely. Likes to finish, can come off the pace, has 4 wins at the distance in the DRF. I didn't expect the favorite, but that's my top selection.
Yeah, another horse like number 3, Shooting Money. Shooting Money first time out was in for 7,500, got caught very late, dropped down to the 4,000, won easily in there, came back in the 5,500, ran a really good race, only got caught late down the lane to be beaten by 2. This horse will show speed in here, has won a couple at the distance, and both of them were out of Assiniboia Downs. A freshen work coming in. Shooting Money. Wow, great odds right now. It's 7-2.
Yes, very good odds. The 1 is my second selection. Two of 3 good races. The middle one I'm not a big fan of. This horse was wide, racing for 7,500. That's a tough condition just to be close. The first race of the meet, or in June, first race this year, ran a nice even race against a couple of the good ones. So you got to watch out there. This horse should get a similar trip. We just saw Lady Nyla on the rail. There's a chance that this horse tries for the lead. There's some back class that shows that this horse could go to the lead if he wants to, but can also stalk as well. Antonio knows the horse.
And another horse to look at, number 4, Drizzy, has been showing speed, just not carrying it. Ran a really good race first time out, going 5 furlongs. Maybe needed those 2 as a tightener. And if Drizzy is in top form, definitely this horse can be a stalker and pounce late.
For sure, another stalker that's won 2 in a row is going to be in for a big class test. Upgrade is the 7 on the outside. It's going to probably stalk and try to take a run late. Will have to improve to beat this bunch.
And he's a lady tamer, offers speed to the race, but had to go to Mooseman Downs to kind of run a lot better in there. I think this horse will show speed, but I think it's a tough spot to get it done. Let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, what do you have?
A small wager here. I'm going to go $15 to win on the 2 and $30 place on the 2.
And myself, I'm going after the triactor. I'm taking the 3 on top with the 1-2, with the 1-2-4. A $1 ticket, $4. A $5 one for $20. Good luck with all your wagers in race 5. And we'll see you back for our featured race, the 46th running of the Canada Stakes. Horse on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $11,800. Number 1 is Dazzling Mischief, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Bite the Bullet Bro, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Shooting Money, owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Fraser Abley. Number 4 is Drizzy, owned by King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is He's a Lady Tamer, owned and trained by Dale Zawiezliak with Arthur Badu. Number 6, Feller was scratched. Number 7 is Will Knows, owned by Kenneth Lee Gardapi, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race 5, they go to post in approximately 3 minutes. now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boy's going only 5 furlongs. It's fast. You sometimes like to get that speed out front, and that's the 3. But I'm going to take a chance and try to beat him and go with the 2. This horse is an improving horse, which sounds weird for an older horse, but the Lasix has been the difference. The last couple races, except for the last one, were so good. Sits just off, takes over. Getting 9-5. The class horse is the 1, should sit on the rail, getting 4-1, more than fair value. And the horse you got to catch, that's the 3. Try to go gate to wire. Let's go 2, 1, and 3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on those 3 horses. I like number 3, Shooting Money. This is a speedball who loves the distance. Has won 2 out of 5 and 2 out of 4 here at Assiniboia Downs. Got caught late. That was going 6 furlongs. Now only 5 furlongs today. I also like Bite the Bullet Broke and go to the lead, come off the pace. I think it's going to the lead to battle it out. And number 1, Dazzling Mischief, draws the important rail. I'm going to give you 3, 2, and 1. Good luck here in race 5. Shooting Money, the first to go into the starting gate. Next up, Drizzy. He's a lady tamer. Will be next to go in. Will Nose steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. Dazzling Mischief. And just waiting on the current slight favorite, Bite the Bullet Bro. The Bullet Bro get a little help from the gate crew. They will now load Bite the Bullet Bro without jockey Ronald Alley. Once Bite the Bullet Bro is in the starting gate, he will climb back aboard. Bite the Bullet Bro now in. Ronald Alley climbs back aboard. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, that's Drizzy. Showing some early speed, shooting money. Now goes to the lead to try and take over. On the inside, Dazzling Mischief. Now in second, third on the outside, Drizzy. Back to fourth, Bite the Bullet Bro. Then it's He's a Lady Tamer, and the trailer will be Will Knows. The opening quarter, 22-3. Shooting money. With the lead by a head, Dazzling Mischief. Securing the rail, back to third, Drizzy. Bite the Bullet Bro looking for a seam. They hit the head of the lane, and Dazzling Mischief now takes over. Shooting money, not giving up on the outside. These two, a 16th of a mile to go. Shooting money, battling back. Dazzling Mischief. Shooting money is going to get it done. Dazzling Mischief second best. Third to Bite the Bullet Bro, and fourth to Drizzy. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Shooting Money as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Dazzling Mischief. Third to number 2, Bite the Bullet Bro. And fourth to number 4, Drizzy. They went the opening quarter, 22-3. The half, 46-2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of our VIP Fan of the Night race, that's number 3, Shootin' Money. Shootin' Money is a dark bay brown gelding, 6 years old, by Arch. Out of the mare Penny Money by Forestry. Owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Fraser Abley. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Fraser Abley, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Fraser Abley. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race, our featured race on the card. It's the 46th running of the Canada Stakes for older fillies and mares. Scratch number 1, Run Wit Run, and scratch number 3, Mission Bell. Classic high 5 wagering here in the Canada Stakes. Just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our new weekly draw. The Progressive Jackpot guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or here in person at Guest Services or the VLT's Cashier's Cage. The weekly draw will take place tomorrow at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we did have a claim to report. Claim for $4,000 was your race winner, number 3, Shooting Money, claimed by Elton Dickey, owner-trainer. And welcome back down the paddock for a featured race on the card. It's the 46th running of the Canada Stakes for older fillies and mares, going 7.5 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Run Wit Run, and scratch number 3, Mission Bell. Let's take a look back at race number 5. Well, the Bug Boy, Fraser Abley, great ride, fending off the leading rider Antonio Whitehall and Dazzling Mischief. Another great finish.
It was another great finish. We've had a bunch of it. There's a difference on the 5 furlongs. They battled it out, and because it's only 5, you can kind of keep going, and that's sure enough what happened. Bite the Bullet might have run his race behind the gate.
Yeah, it took a while to get him in. Good job by the gate crew.
Yeah, it was a good job by the gate crew. So, yeah, like you said, battled it out. That's the difference for Shooting Money, likes the 5 furlongs.
All right, on to race number 6, Stretch. What do you like in here?
All right. I figured that this is how the odds would be. It's
Burrow Down goes from 8-1 to 6-5.
correct, as expected. Ran so good first out, came up the rail, and took over. Did get a good trip that day. Is only 4 for 4 at ASD with all 4 wins here. I think she is back.
Yeah,
and
she beat up on the 3-year-olds last year. She was just so much the best.
Yeah, and then she's gone elsewhere and struggled a little bit, but a couple were on the turf, so you have an excuse there. I think she's only going to be even better after her first start. I think she can stalk and then try to take a run at the 5 late. I know the 5's going to be on the lead. I think Burrow Down can still have to take over from her.
Yeah, I just really like the race by Damn the Torpedoes. Did all the dirty work last time out. 45-1 the half mile. Battled, and it took everything for Burrow Down and Melisandre. They did go by, but they were watching that action. I think Damn the Torpedoes today gets a loose and easy lead, and that has been so dangerous going around 2 turns. So that's why I put Damn the Torpedoes on top.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, you've got to respect the speed, and especially if it's the lone speed. I don't know who would want to sacrifice.
Well, Melisandre pretty well is the only one that can sacrifice, but I don't think they want to do that.
No, I think if they both go, then they're probably running for maybe even 3rd and 4th. So my 3rd selection, and why wouldn't it be? It'd be Big Stretch in case there is that duel or battling it up front. This horse actually made a nice close on that day. Needs to get it. 6 furlongs is the bare minimum of this horse. I like when this horse goes a little bit longer. You see on the card last year in July, went 7 furlongs and basically took over. Does need a duel. So if the 5 gets loose and kind of slow it down a little bit, then he'll struggle to get any higher than 3rd.
Yeah, I also like number 2, Melisandre. She's done no wrong this year. 3 starts, a win and 2 seconds. lost to French Rose in a heartbreaker first time out. And last time ran absolutely huge, but was on the outside, burrowed down, ended up coming up the rail. Melisandre stalking Damn the Torpedoes. If these two slow it down and slow down everybody else behind them, they could go a long way.
Correct. And then the last one was just is a good racehorse. There's nothing against her. She's just maybe just half a step behind some of the other ones in here. Had 7 seconds out of 11 last year at throughout the course of the year. Makes a late close. The longer, the better for her. She certainly can improve. She does again need a pace battle to end up in the money.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, this is a bet how I play it every time. I'm taking a shot with the 4, 30 to win on the 4. And just in case your horse gets loose, I'm going to do a $5 exactor box. So if 5 does beat my 4, I get my win money back or pretty close on the exactor. Total bet 40. It's a match race. Kirt, you versus me here, it looks like.
Oh, I don't mind that. I'm putting 30 to win on the 5. Damn the Torpedoes. Gonna try and take it all the way. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. And we'll see you back for race 7. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 6. It's the 46th running of the Canada Stakes. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $50,000. Number 1, Run Wit Run, was scratched. Number 2 is Melisandre, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3, Mission Bell, was also scratched. Number 4 is Burrow Down, owned by Gerald Babchishin, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 5 is Damn the Torpedoes, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wayne Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is Big Stretch, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 7, Texas Rain, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Jorge Carreño. The 46th running of the Canada Stakes. The Canada Stakes here in race 6, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. Many of the top girls battling it out in a stakes race, going 7.5 furlongs. The lukewarm favorite right now is the 4, Burrow Down. She just likes to win at this racetrack. She's going to sit just off the pace and try to take a run at the 5 late. She has the talent and ability to do that. It's just a matter of, will the 5 be able to go gate to wire? Let her loose on the lead. She won't. She'll be tough to beat. The other one to consider, bit of a closer if there's a battle up front. That would be Big Stretch. He'll be at the back of the pack trying to close late, but I've got it 4, 5, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I think number 5, Damn the Torpedoes, is the speed of the race. She broke a little slow last time out, did all the work, and ended up sticking around for a really nice third-place finish. If she gets out to the front end, gets an opening quarter in 24 and change, I think she's got a big shot to go all the way. I do like number 4, Burrow Down. Huge win last time out, gets better as they go farther. And the 2, Melisandre, she'll be the stalker in here. So I'm going to give you a 5, 4, and 2. Good luck here in race 6. Alessandra leads the fillies and mares into the starting gate. Burrow down, the slight 9-5 favorite goes in. Next up, Damn the Torpedoes. Just 2 left to load. Big Stretch. And now just waiting on Texas Rain. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 46th running of the Canada Stakes. From the middle, Damn the Torpedoes. Straight out to go after the early lead, Texas Rain. Motivated early to press on the outside, Melisandre. Settled back in third with Burrow down on her outside in fourth. And then back to the early trailer, 6 lengths off it. That's Big Stretch. The opening quarter, 24 seconds. And Damn the Torpedoes is now out by a length and a quarter. On the outside, Texas Rain. Moving up once again, Burrow down. Coming up 3 wide. Then it's Melisandre and Big Stretch. Still the trailer. The half a quick 47-2. And it's Damn the Torpedoes. Burrow down now, just barrels on by and opens up by a length. Damn the Torpedoes back to second. Moving up the rail, Melisandre and Big Stretch with a big move on the outside. They hit the head of the lane. Burrow down with the lead. Big Stretch with big legs on the outside, eating up ground. It's these two, Burrow down and Big Stretch, but Burrow down is gonna dig in, and Burrow down takes the Canada Stakes. Big Stretch second best, third to Melisandre, and fourth to Texas Rain. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Burrow down as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Big Stretch. Third to number 2, Melisandre, and fourth to number 7, Texas Rain, and fifth to number 5, Damn the Torpedoes. They went the opening quarter, 24 seconds. The half, 47-4. 6 furlongs, 112-4. 7 furlongs, 126. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, a quick 132-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the impressive winner of the Canada Stakes. That's number 4, Burrow Down. Burrow Down is a dark bay or brown filly, 4 years old, by Connect. Out of the mare True Endeavor by Aftermarket. Owned by Gerald Baptician, trained by Murray Duncan, and ridden to victory by Stanley Shady Jr. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:32 4. Assiniboia Downs was very pleased to have on hand our Chief Executive Officer, Darren Dunn, to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Another classic high five race. Scratch number 1, Toil and Trouble. And scratch number 6, Totalizer. Classic high five wagering here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine, just $4.75, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have an allowance, optional $15,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Toil and Trouble, and scratch number 6, Totalizer. Quick look back at the Canada Stakes. Burrow down 5 for 5 at ASD, but using Texas Rain as a rabbit.
Yeah,
That was odd.
There was just enough pace early that you knew.
47 and 4 to the half. I knew I had no shot at the win after that.
Yeah, Burrow's sitting close and just ready to ramp it up, and that's the moves she makes that I always wait for. She always makes that bold move on the far turn to kind of take over.
And even when Big Stretch came down the lane, she rebroke again on him. It's going to be interesting for the escape clause coming up on Derby weekend.
Oh, good. Excellent. Looking forward to that one, too.
All right, on to race number 7, Stretch. What do you have in here?
Okay, I'm going to start with my top selection, the 7. If we can, Danielle can find the 7 out there. Take a look at him. There we go. I do like this horse. I've liked him many times over the last few years. And last time was in a little too tough. You see the top 3 horses that he lost to. If you look at tomorrow's race card, the stake race going longer, all 3 of them in, and all 3 of them are contenders. So to put this horse right in the mix of them, that tells you a lot. 2 back, troubled trip, and still won. Circled wide and just took over at the same distance at 5.5.
Yeah, after stumbling out of the gate.
Correct. Spotted him a few lengths. Hopefully breaks a little bit better.
Well, we'll have to against these.
That's right. This is a step up. You've got some other kind of fringe. This is almost a stake race.
It is. It's a tougher second level allowance. You're going to see some of these horses, if they drop to first level, they're going to be bet off the board.
Yeah, and that's where you make notes on these types of races of yeah, we know the conditions, but you just don't know who's in it. And you could see some of these drop and pop, or some of them run a big race here, end up in a stake race in a couple of weeks.
Another horse to like in here. We both like it. That's number 8, Market King, taking all the money right now at 3 to 5. Brings one thing to the race, and that is speed. 3 workouts since the last race, the Rockin' USA. And all of them are good. The fastest on July 5th, 48 and 2. But I'm sure this horse in the morning could go down in 46 any time that he wants to. But he is going to get a little company on the front end, and that's from his stablemate. That's number 2, Stay Happy, who also brings a lot of speed to the race. So if that does happen, Market King, this horse just fights all the way to the wire. That just might soften him up a little.
Well, he dueled with Big Nick last time, and that was the stakes placed and stakes winner coming from Oaklawn. So, yeah, he's on the outside, and you've got Carino, so you've got to watch. He can break a horse so well and go from there. My third selection, going off at 12 to 1. In the previous couple starts, this horse opened with some early money and ran a nice race and just kind of got tired late. This horse is in the mix. Probably has to step up a little bit, or the other 2 need some poor trips, but he's a racehorse for sure. He belongs in this race, just needs the right trip. 12 to 1 is a nice overlay to use, or at least in your exact.
Yeah, another horse like number 3, It's That Time. The debut race was a good one. Only lost by a length and 3/4 to Market King, going the 5 furlongs. Was laid off a while, but came back with a sharp work in 47 and 3. Most recently had a 5/8, 102 and 3, and they're adding blinkers on today. They started off the year without them. Now they throw them back on. Watch out. It's That Time, coming out of a sharp barn.
For sure, and I've got to talk about Real Grace. Has been away for a year, just over a year, in fact. He can run too. It's great works coming in. Been working since May 6th. I guess Shelley just wants to make sure he's ready to go. The last 2 are solid works, 2 5-furlong works at 102. If he's ready to go, certainly can be right there. I'm certainly not going to disregard him. I think he might need one, but wouldn't surprise me if he won.
Not whatsoever. And another horse, number 4, Brody's Streak, ran a huge race 2 outs ago, got caught by Mr. Dazzle, then came back and Inter Miami and Stay Happy. They ran around the track together with Brody Streak, not making that same move again, but you can never throw Tom Gardapi out, and you're getting 13-1.
Correct. And let's talk about the 9 on the outside. Kind of an unfortunate post position for this one. Ran a nice race last time at slightly lower level, but
The first level,
first
yeah.
level for sure. But likes to win races. 5 of 12 at ASD, 50%, almost 50% for first at the distance. As a work since the last win. If it gets the right trip, possibly. It's a tough field. I don't think the 8 is a cinch at 4-5.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 7, Stretch. How are you rounding it off?
Oh, here we go. We got 30 to place on the Dazzle, Mr. Dazzle. But you know what? I won the last race. Let's double it up and dazzle it all for everybody. How was that? Was that
I'll give you that one. That one wasn't bad.
All right, Beth, let's double it up to 60 to place on the 7.
And I'm going to go $5 exactor box, 3, 7, and 8, $1, $6. I'm taking a $5 one for 30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. Horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1, Toil and Trouble, was scratched. Number 2 is Stay Happy, owned by Jared Brown, Shamrock Racing Stables, and Regal Group, trained by Jared Brown with Fraser Abley. Number 3, It's That Time, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Brody's Streak, owned by Larry Henry, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Real Grace, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Bet Holtman, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6, Totalizer, was also scratched. Number 7 is Mr. Dazzle, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Mike Taphorn with Praven Badri. Number 8 is Market King, owned by King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 9, Trumpum, owned by Kirk Sutherland, trained by Rick Wise with Demario Bino. Classic high five wagering here in race number 7. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Closing it out, going 5.5 furlongs in, almost a stake race. It's an optional claimer, but these horses can run. Let's go to the 7, which is now the favorite. Mr. Dazzle is a stakes placed horse, just lost to a couple good ones last time. 2 back, ran such a good race. He comes from off the pace. He'll be sitting mid-pack near the back and make a late run on the outside to get up. The horse he's got to catch, that's the 8. Going to try to go gate to wire, lots of speed. Of a price horse here is the 4 at 21-1. Certainly shouldn't be that. Was the favorite in this field last time. You better put something there or use it in the exactors. Let's go 7, 8, and 4. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 7 and 8. Mr. Dazzle, 2 big races. Couldn't beat the big boys. That's why he's in this second level allowance. And there is speed to run at. One of those speed horses, Market King. Always first or second. This 5.5 furlongs is absolutely perfect. And I like number 3, It's That Time. Blinkers on today. Only ran once this year. And it was a great effort without the blinkers. Sharp workout coming in. 7, 8, and 3 for me. Good luck here in race 7. It's post time. Stay Happy leads a field in for the nightcap. It's That Time now steps up and in. Brody Streak's turn. Real Grace walks in. Mr. Dazzle, the 8-5 favorite. Now in. 2 left to load. Market King. And now just waiting on Trump'em to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Market King quickly goes after the early lead. Stay Happy. Also showing speed on the inside. Brody's Streak in between horses. Coming up the rail, it's that time. On the outside, Real Grace. Then 2 more lengths back to Mr. Dazzle and Trump'em. The early trailer. 22-3, a hot opening quarter. And on the inside, Stay Happy. Market King. To the outside, it's that time back in third, making a move to the outside. That's Brody's Streak and Real Grace. Trump'em about 7 wide. Mr. Dazzle towards the back. They hit the head of the lane. The leader still Market King, who's digging in. Real Grace on the outside. A late rally from Trump'em, but it's gonna be Market King who ends up taking it. Second's gonna go to Trump'em. Third's gonna go to Real Grace, and fourth to Stay Happy. The Stewart's opposed to number 8, Market King. As your race winner, second goes to number 9, Trump'em. Third to number 5, Real Grace. Fourth to number 2, Stay Happy. And fifth to number 7, Mr. Dazzle. They went the opening quarter 22-3, the half 45-3. 5 furlongs, 57-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 104-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 8, Market King. Market King is a big gelding, 7 years old, by Into Mischief, out of the mare Divine Presence by AP Indy. Owned by King Couture, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 104-2. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jared Brown and jockey Jorge Carreño for scoring the double. 2 wins for trainer Jared Brown and jockey Jorge Carreño. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing will resume tomorrow at 7:30. See you then. But those on hand, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.